Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, December the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Couple of yeses. Thank you. You guys can hear me and see my screen in our main room, and I'm pretty sure I'm live in YouTube. So if somebody can just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen in YouTube, that'll help. William, I asked if you would maybe want to take a look at Janx, Janx, Janx. This is one of the, we haven't had one for a while, the bio du jour disaster. Let me just get the news out. I don't know if you looked at it. There we go. Yeah, sort of a Janx therapeutic stock craters after quote unquote positive cancer drug trial data, why it's down, etc. So I don't know what else they do. Thank you, hmm, at Aplock4121. Thank you in our YouTube room. So anyway, there's Janx. I don't know what else they do, but could this be bounce worthy at some point? PLRZ. This is up, completes manufacturing upscale milestone for a nasal spray platform. Okay. So low float, crazy low float, 980,000 in the float, very low. And this looks like this could have been an IPO back here or a symbol name change. No, it was not an IPO. The stock was not $71,000, guys. Okay, in case you're wondering, they've just done a bunch of reverse splits, so that is reverse. That's a reverse split adjusted price. But having a day up 126% today. PLRZ, probably not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. EB is a buyout. They're going to go private. So forget about that one. EB is going private. FTEL, continuation from yesterday, it's actually now above yesterday's high, right above yesterday's high. Pre-market got up to $2. At one point it got down to 153. So I can't remember, they're declaring a 10-cent dividend, a one-time shareholder loyalty payment of up to 15 cents per share. And of course, we saw this one yesterday, and it was all about how much room did it have. And of course, 349 is the next high in the daily chart. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but lots of room now. Actually, when it took out yesterday, when it took out $1.38 yesterday, they've probably done how many? I mean, they've done multiple. Hey, look at Tilray. All of a sudden, Tilray, what? Okay, something's going on here. Tilray just popped up and it's halted for news. Tilray, big cannabis play, guys, halted for news. Oh, it was a split today. So it's not up 866. Okay. This is not right then. What was the ratio? Do you know? Thank you. So 1 for 10. So this is actually 77 cent stock. Okay. This is what it was. Give me one moment. Just want to draw the attention. So our provider has not picked that up yet. Just give me a moment. I just have to let them know. Okay, well, that was fun. I thought, wow, maybe a big buyout or something. Or anyway, I will. Unfortunately, I'll get rid of this. TAOP. This is up 37% after the company signed a supplemental agreement to acquire 100% of a target company for about $21 million. Okay. So that is TAOP, another really low float China stock, low float. Give me one moment. Yeah, it's going to look front and center. I could get rid of this by adding it into my don't look at. I'll just keep it here. It's a bit of an annoyance, but so just everybody know it's not up 908%. Other earnings play, guys. There are some earnings plays today. No volume on this one yet. I've seen this one before. CTRN. Excuse me. No volume yet. Only 7,700. But this is nice. Nice move though. But again, there's no volume yet. Only 7,700 shares. Sangamo is just popping up. Is this so a cheap one, guys? 53 cents. Look, oh, man, look at this. Hopefully nobody got nailed in this one. Look at this NIVF. Talk about a wild ride. Got up to 294 and then right back down to $1.95. Actually, ne- mildly negative for the day. This is an earnings play. Excuse me. We don't have it as an earnings play today. Just give me one moment, guys. Also, they announced a 1 for 5 reverse split, which okay, that was for yesterday. That became your effective on December 1st. Okay, that was yesterday. So they did a 1 for 5 reverse split yesterday. So this is reverse split adjusted. Then they came out with earnings today. Look pretty good at the beginning. Look at this. Hopefully, again, nobody got nailed in this one. That's an Interactive Brokers Nosh. Okay, I know you asked for the news. Our news is nothing to write home about. Okay, let's be blunt. I use this news only to see news from previous days. Usually, I mean, there is the reverse split news from yesterday for NIVF. But if I'm looking for, typically our news will have if it is an earnings play. Okay, but I mean, I have to admit, I go to my Interactive Brokers news source. It's a little more lively. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, so Jank, so 1628 a share, so it's a little bit above that at 1980. But at least it's not a one trick. It just that's not all they do. A little bit of a pop here, guys, in Bitcoin today. We're up 2,600. So I'm looking at ETHZ. There's Ethereum. This had some news also. Jasper, JSPR trading higher after the company. It's only phase 1B, but it's a bio course, and they released preliminary clinical data, phase 1B. So it's up 33% on that news. Just a company that released earnings this morning or after hours yesterday. Nosh, that's what for me, that's what an earnings play is. Okay, company released earnings pre-market or after the market after hours yesterday. BKV guys, I don't think I've seen this one before. They've done a financing at $26, so it's a little bit above the financing price. You know, $26 raising 156 million. Okay, so that's BKV. Yeah, that's amazing. Look, NIVF was front and center up here, and one of the big pre-market actives up. Now look at it. Now look at it. One of the big pre-market actives down. Yeah, so some of the altcoins, Bitcoin, altcoins, etc., are having a bit of a pop today. Again, I'm looking at. Let's take a look at IBIT. So I'm looking at Bitcoin at 88,000 right now, up 2,500. Well, what I think of Mara or Riot or any of them, I mean, they're going to. It all depends on Bitcoin. Okay, really. Well, right now, Bitcoin is moving, and the same thing with Riot. They're just so tied into the price, even though they're not. I mean, they're miners, but looks like Mara's a little bit better if you look at a chart. Breaking free of all this now, trying to anyway. But you gotta keep an eye on Bitcoin. Take a look at Fly, the big one from yesterday. Fly E. Wow, down 14%. Okay, they got up to $22. Look at this in the after hours yesterday. Got up to $24. Wow, crazy action. I mean, because this was before that. I mean, this had sunk all the way down to it looked like it was completely and utterly over. It got down to $8. This is at 245, and after hours tripled on that price. Now, Nosh, the caveat, and anybody else listening, is does Mara have any news specifically for it? I don't see any news for it specifically. So, okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, this is just popping here. CDLR, CDLR. Yeah, good volume. If there's any news on this one, don't see any specific news on it. Had some news yesterday after hours at 4:20. I'm sorry, that was in the morning. That was 4:20 a.m. So anyway, I did have a little bit of news. Same news over. Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. That was yesterday. CDLR coming into the 200-day moving average. All right, let me take a look at some of the sectors now. Now, of course, the Dow was down quite a bit. Qs were down, SPY was down, not horribly, but the Dow was down quite a bit. So I want to take a look at some of the sectors. Take a look at XLE. Where are you with respect to the 200-day moving average? Moved away yesterday. My guess is financials kind of fell a bit. Yeah, it's still comfortably above the 200-day. Materials moving above. So I think it's just Staples. I think just Staples is the only one, not the company. But yeah, so even that though is creeping, getting closer and closer to the 200 days. So I think this is the only major sector still underneath the 200-day moving average. Well, I do have shorts available for this one at Interactive Brokers, 367,000 available for CDLR. I'm going to watch to see, what it does here. If it can get close to 20, maybe that 200-day moving average rejects it. I'm going to put a price alert right around here. And getting close. I just want to put a price close to the 200-day. See if it gets there. Ooh, IREN. This is not. This is having a bit of a dip here, guys. After the company announced probably a financing. Okay, they're doing a financing. That's why. Direct offering of ordinary shares as well as a $1 billion in convertible senior notes. Okay, so they're doing a financing. IREN. Low yesterday was 44.25. Surprise, William. I've got quite a few earnings plays here. Here's another earnings play, guys. Not a lot of volume yet, but we've seen this one quite a bit in the past. Unfee, UNFI. UNFI is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. It'll pick up. Released earnings pre-market, and there's a sort of choppy reaction so far. However, the next high looking left is 38, a little bit close, 38.90. If I can get through that, 30. I mean, it doesn't. I wish it had a lot more room to run before it hit those next highs. Oh, you know what? I didn't mention this one. My goodness, look at Mongo, MNDB. This is an earnings play. What a move, MNDB. This is an earning. I actually checked. I was looking to see. There's no. It doesn't appear to be an ETF for them. Doesn't appear to be. I was typing it in. I didn't see any anyway. If somebody knows if there is one, normally it would start to show up here if there is an ETF specifically for Mongo. Just can't find it quickly. It's not in here. That's a massive move. And there are a ton of analysts into this one now. Wells Fargo, Bernstein, Guggenheim. Um, I don't Give me a moment. Bank of America, Barclays. Anyway, there are a lot of analysts piling into this one right now. with bigger price targets, greater than that 408 right now. But I'd be interested. MNDB, wonder why it's not showing up. MDBX, what's the price? Yeah, so what's the volume? Not much volume yet, but thank you, Obi. Yeah, wonder why it's not showing up in our. I just okay. You know what? Most of the time, I can type in the company name. It's going to show up, but I should have typed in the symbol. So there it is. Okay, thank you. Is there another one too? Nope. So assuming the volume picks up, because there is no volume on this one right now, only 8,000 shares. Picks up though, and you think that Mongoose is going to keep moving higher. This is a way to play it. Can play it. You get double the move. See that? It's up 48%, whereas the stock is up about 24%. Can I check on FTEL? Talked about it. It's I just called it a yeah. I mean, there's a dividend. It's well, okay. It's a one-time shareholder loyalty payment up to 15 cents a share. Okay, that was their news today. They had to have something yesterday, I guess. So it's a continuation now of yesterday, and I mean, it's got a ton of room. Yeah, I mean, it's got a ton of room. Had a ton of room yesterday when it took out 140. So you asked for the single stock window. I'd have to find out why there was no data in the one that I have on my homepage. But can you see the volume here? If you have it, 51,000 shares as an example, 51 million, sorry, for FTEL. You have the single stock window. So I like it. You know, it's got a lot of information on it. You can customize it. This is the non-customizable up here. Okay, but everything else, all the data you see here, these are just filters. It's going once, going twice, gone. Now, Janks, I have to take a look at Janks to see if it's shortable for me now. It probably is 128,000 shares. Yes, just in case. This is not a lifetime low. I mean, on a monthly chart, wow. I mean, on a monthly chart, the next low on a monthly chart is $7.77. So you can see on a monthly chart, look what it's done. Wow, taking all this out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a price alert at the bottom of those months, and if it starts to recover, let's see if it gets close to there. But other than that, okay, guys, I'm going to get the layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment as I save this, save my layout. All right, guys. So this is the layout I use once this market opens at 9:30. You know what? Where is IQ? Are you around IQ? Calling IQ if you're around. Because I actually thought this was the case, Pepe, even if you're around. It is December 2nd, yes. So we do get I thought so. We do get the trade wave alerts in the pre-market. I actually thought so. Unless there's just added that. I don't think they but I could have sworn we do get these trade wave in the pre-market. I mean, I'm going back now. I mean, remember, the filters have to be so it's possible. So right the earliest one I see is 5:05. That's Eastern time. That's the earliest one I see. So as you're saying SKM, I mean, we could get one at 4. That's when we start getting our data. So this is interesting because I have seen some of these ones you take right off the bat and you just let it run. And we've already there's the FTEL. Hasn't moved much yet. 172 was the alert, but there's the little buy flag right there. And Jasper was another one. JSPR 226, so hasn't moved yet. Interesting. So Janks is really fading now, guys. JANX is really starting to fade here. Boy, nice night. Wow, what a move off that 1975. I thought so, Ali. I actually thought so. I think it was just happened to be that when I looked at this last week, IQ was saying, it'd be great if we could have these, and maybe that on those days nothing met the filter requirements because I could have sworn. Oh, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back, and we have now about a minute to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, but I try to let things settle down a little bit. This screen you see here, if you're new, the gap. This is my sort of my go-to scan, but I have put a delay on getting any information in here until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean I'll get anything at 9:45, but that's the earliest I'll get anything in. And that's just because I'd like to see, in first 15 minutes, stocks and gap up and down, up and down, up and down. This would go crazy. So you don't have to do the same thing. This is something I'm sharing on my homepage, but that's just what I like to do. And we are now open. So Iren is doing a financing. That is why this is down. IREN down on a financing. Wow, look at Janks. Boy, William. Oh man. Well, it might be getting close to your 16. Would you say 1650 or so? Keep an eye on the market, guys. So we've since 905. So a little bit of a fall, little fade in the market so far since 905. Still positive. Well, there goes FTAL, guys. There goes FTAL. Lot of room. Look at that daily chart, 348. A lot of room. But it is early. And we have a halt. We have a halt, a volatility halt for SONN, halted on the way down. ABTC was halted on the way down. Little move here for this. This cypherpunk. Yeah, this had a terrible day yesterday. A little bit of a move here for CYPH. Oh man, William, look at Janks. It's getting close to your 16 something. I know you said 16 something. 1628. Yeah, Dwayne, I saw TMC in the pre-market. I think what I didn't like about so TMC on a daily chart looks great. You know, it's taking that out. On the weekly chart, the next high looking left is 859. Yeah, so there is room. All right, wait a minute. The next high is 730. Next high in the weekly chart is 730. All right, now we've got a little blue bar for the SPY. Comes in now 933. So silly opening 5-minute candle. Okay, varies on the move, guys. A little bit of a move for on the monthly chart anyway. It's on a room 690. Take a look on the weekly chart. Yeah, it's got some room. 597 is the next high in the weekly chart. On the daily chart, the next high is 502. So little bit of room for VERI. Boral, the old EF Hutton, is putting a $23 price target on it, maintaining that. Okay. Let's take a look at you. Unity software. It's got a little bit of room on a monthly chart, $47 next high. Weekly chart, yeah, not as much, but yeah, about the same. Actually, it's probably about the same. 46, call it 47. A little bit of room then for a Unity added to Wedbush's best ideas list. Okay, I guess that's your news for you. FTEL challenging two now, guys. FTEL, FTEL challenging two. Okay, wow. Look at the volume, how much it picked up. There's hardly any volume for the CDLR in the pre-market. And now, great volume. Volume just absolutely exploded on the open. Okay, finally a bounce for Janks, guys. JANX. A little over 17. Wow, wow, big bounce. So Jasper in a weekly chart, the next high looking left is 253, a little bit close. Too bad, there's a lot of, to me anyway, on a weekly chart, looks like there's a lot of resistance upcoming. Well, this one's got a ton of room. KZIA, look left, $11, 11.15 or so. It's halted. It's just halted also. They're doing a financing. They've announced the pricing of a $50 million private placement at what? They did it at $5 a share, and the price. Is that right? Wow. Here's Intel on the move, guys. Intel's on the move. INTC on the move. The next high on a monthly chart is 42.48. So it's above last month's high. Next high is 42.48. Intel poised for a major comeback. The Apple deal could be a game changer. This is a sort of old news, though, isn't it? They're sort of rehashing it. FTEL, guys. FTEL challenging two. AXTI on the move here. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for this one today. It's not an earnings play. AXTI, good volume over the whole number. Well over the whole number now. AXTI. Looking left, it's above last week's or last month's high, and it's taking all this out. So now at this point, I'm gonna have to go back on a monthly chart to see where is the next high. When? Not so much what the price is, but when. Yeah, so you got to go back 4.5 years almost, 4.5 years to see the next high. So this one's got some, yeah, got some definitely some momentum behind it. And guys, I'm just waiting for a stock to show up here. Nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45. So another 3.5 minutes. Doesn't mean there's going to be something at 9:45, but it's the earliest. GIBO is down for the day. GIBO down for the day, but trying to come back a bit. Just barely down for the day. Look at this. I wonder what silver's doing today. EXK. Okay, so this is probably specific to this one, the silver play. They're doing a financing, $300 million convertible bond sale. So they're doing a financing conversion at 940. So they're doing a financing. Just take a look at silver, see if it's still on its rocket ship move. SLV falling a bit. I mean, I don't know how much EXK is in this one, but all right. KZIA resumed and it popped. Yes, terrible spread. Look at that, 940, 975. Hmm. You see the struggle that FTEL has right now to get through two. I think within a penny or right at it, and it just couldn't break it yet. The XTI guys still now there's that R right there. Boy, that's going way back into 2021. Okay, that is a daily high sometime in 2021. That's what that little R means. Potential resistance, but do we really think that's going to stop it? Something that happened in 2021. Hmm. The pullback now, guys, for YDKG still strong, up 21%, but it's pulled back. See if it holds the VWAP. The VWAP area right here is pulling into the VWAP. Cheap one. YDKG. All right, let's see. PLRZ. Yeah, you're right. It is halted. Something to do with their nasal spray. Potential open. So this blue screen, I've flashed it briefly before, but this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This tells me the halt price 718 for PLRZ and potential open. So if you're in this one now, you're got to be happy with that column. Okay, but see how the numbers fluctuating though. Usually they are 5 minute halts. And it's called a volatility halt. Simple explanation, stock went up too fast in a short period of time. Okay, so we're starting to get some here. VSTS. There's a little bit of room. I mean, to 550, a little bit of room. You're going to short this one. This is a buyout. Okay, this is they're going private. EB. Okay, guys, I took some of this. I don't. There's not a ton of room on this one. This is what I will call a bit of a scalp short. Okay, I don't expect a major move for VSTS. Okay, gap down and reverse. So this BKV, I think this was the financing. So it's really held the financing price well. Okay, it's really held it well. $26 is the financing. All right. Say a little bit of move for the VSTS. I think Fly, yeah, wow, Fly just getting hammered now. Wow. Okay. Well, VSTS gave me a lot more than I thought. I was looking to get out around 575. Well, I'll keep. Fly is not shortable for me. Okay, that's. I'd love to have shorted it yesterday, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least there weren't any. Yeah, there are no shares available. Wow, this is wow. Via, not stunned, but I mean, I'm surprised. Well, we're getting closer right there. I'm going to just taken some off. Okay, the VSTS. I've covered some. The reason being is that it's right at that low here now, 555. That's where it got to, and then 550. It could stall it. So got way more than I thought I would on the short VSTS short. So gap down and reverse. So CNCK, gap down, and then a reversal right at the VWAP now. Now, reversal plays, okay, on the way up. Like to see the market at least not moving down if you're going to play a reversal. Doesn't have to be, it has to be storing higher, but just don't want to see the market moving down, trying to run counter to what the market is doing, unless it has some news on its own. Wow, VSDS. Who knew? Seriously. I don't see any news on it. Ah, it's an earnings play. It was an earnings play. I released earnings after hours. Well, that's the reason. Okay. The company announced and launched a multi-year restructuring plan. Okay. Company reported mixed Q4 financial results. Huh. Well, I have to say I kind of blundered into that one because I didn't realize it was an earnings play. I have my doubts it's going to get through 550. So now this is an earnings play. See, not an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. CDLR. So this is a gap up and reverse. Now it's through the VWAP or at the VWAP. Now the only reason I see this, I have this one thumbnail. This is one from yesterday. Omar, OMER. It's at 10. Big number to try to get through. 10. The high yesterday was 1038 or so. And 1041 actually. Wow. So that S line right there, that is the next low on a daily, somewhere on a daily chart, 546 or so. Wow. So that the next low, I mean, it's 533 on the daily chart for VSDS. Well, okay, the question is why did I not follow trade wave? In other words, why did I take anything off? I think that's your question. I always do that. I'll always take some off, and then it really lets me hold on, let her for if it has a little bit of a jump, and I would really follow the wave. I just felt that 550 could be a block just because of what I saw on the daily chart. So I thought, okay, I got way more out of this than I ever thought. I was actually thinking if I got, I was in this one at 587 on the short. I thought if I got down to 570, I'd be happy. Taking some off then allows me to really follow the wave, especially if it starts to get a little more volatile, but not break through the wave. That's all. It keeps me into a trade longer. That's how I use it. But you can also see, you see how parabolic it is? How parabolic it's gone? What I really like to see is that when I'm using the wave, I like to see that the upper end of the bar is still touching the bottom of the wave. Okay, but it's gone so parabolic. Little bit better on the 2-minute chart, but on the 5-minute chart, it's gone very parabolic. And this is just something that I do. Okay, I mean, you're not going to see a video on this. That is what you should do. I've just noticed that as it gets further away from the wave itself, you got to be a little bit careful. Okay, a bit of a reversal play, guys. 889 was the alert, but yeah, again, reversal plays. I mean, again, the market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but I think the first little while, if the market is looking weaker, I don't like to play these reversals on the way up. Yesterday, remember we were watching this BKSY yesterday? Well, might have moved away from me. See if we could break out through 17 in a bigger way. $18 is next high looking left. Oust. Okay, take a look at Oust. Is there any reason for this move? Little bit of room. I mean, the next high looking left is 2372. Yeah, so there's a little bit of room for this oust. The issue is you've got to deal with that spread. I mean, believe it or not, it's tightened a little bit, 2310, 2321. When I first saw it was 2307, 2321. So, the spread is a little dicey. Okay, for the daring among you, BQ guys is doing its thing today. Very low float, 3.4. Oh, wow. So Shadan, this was a question I had in the YouTube room. I think the question was, why did I take anything off? Why did I cover some of the VSTS? Why didn't I just wait for maybe the wave to turn? Well, again, as I said, I thought the 550 mark might prove to be just because what I saw on the daily chart. So taking some off, this really allows me then to really hold on now until I get a reversal. Now I'm a little happier now that the tops of the of those 2 minute bars are at least touching the bottom of the wave. Still very parabolic on the five though, but I'm not complaining. This is something I honestly I never thought it would do this. Though when I got into it, I didn't realize it was an earnings play. So had I realized it was an earnings play, I would have been probably a little more aggressive. More aggressive meaning a few more shares. Wow. So at this point, even though I've taken some off, at this point, my risk reward is over four, the ratio at this point. Got about a 13-cent stop on it from 587. So I was looking, I didn't want to. I would have probably got out before six, but yeah, this oust, I'm just not in love with the spread. I mean, it's not terrible now, but anybody with shorts for fly, if you had shorts for fly, wow, then you had a nice, tremendous move. Somebody mentioned NUK before, NUKK, been a very active one. Here's an earnings play, guys. SLP. SLP is an earnings play. This is breaking nice one for it, up 14%. Volume is not great yet. It's seven times normal, 7.7 times normal, but it's not great volume yet. Look at the market now. Wow. Look at that market pop here. Do we have direction now? A lot of halts resumes today. And William, you're talking about the SONN. Oof, just getting crushed here. So the shareholders are not liking this news, I guess. This proposed business combination with hyperliquid strategies and Rorschach. Mark, they're not liking that news at all. Whoa, well, I sort of missed this one, guys. What time is it now? Oh, 10:05. Okay, I'm going to go over my homepage. I'm going to show you this. How you can have this scan right here, this gap scan. I'll show you how you can get it so it's not quite as intimidating looking. So this could be the last day, guys. Could be the last day for the promos. Sometimes, but I wouldn't not going to count on it. Sometimes they do extend it for one day, or they forget to take the promos off. Okay, okay. PRAKAG in our YouTube room. Just give me a moment, okay? You're not so much sharing my layout, but you can grab what you want that you see here, okay? I'll show you how. So click on my homepage link. Going to go through the spiel first, and then I'll get to my the scan section. Okay. So right now we still have the promo, so you can get 30% off our an annual 30% off for premium annual. And you can get 25% off standard annual or the two monthly plans. Okay, the premium annual, premium standard, and the premium monthly and the standard monthly. Okay. So you can get 25% off those. You can get 30% off a premium annual. And that should be good. Well, it's good for today at least, maybe tomorrow, okay? But don't count on it. So all I ask is that if you're going to take out a layout or a subscription at some time in the future, please use my promo code. The company tracks the use of promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the two rooms free. The two rooms, as in our YouTube room and what I call, for those of you in our YouTube room, the trading room. Okay, there are two rooms. This trading room right here is a lot more active in terms of interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a little more action, you can come into the trading room. And this room, the trading room, is open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and I open YouTube at around 8:30. I get on the mic, both rooms at around 9. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So 3:45, a little early for me to open this room, but Obi does that for us in the trading room. I'm going to take off a little bit earlier today, okay? Probably about 10 to 2. Usually I go sometime between 2 and 2:30, and then even after I leave, though, William in the trading room will keep it open after I leave. I'll have to ask him what he plans to do today. Sometimes it's all the way to 4. Seems to be about 3:45, 3:45 the last few times, but it's up to him. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on the education section, scroll down a bit from my homepage, click on the education section, and right here, first thing you must do, the getting started with Trade Ideas, you must do this. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is this something I should try? You can always start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is something you might want to try, at least for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, you can take a look at this. This is free, a free set of videos for you, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Let me just go back one moment to the homepage here. Keep scrolling down, and on my homepage, just keep scrolling down. Here's how you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, now scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, here they are. Now they're not all scans, but I call them custom scans. But there are top lists, there are races. Scans typically are something like this, okay, where you get real-time alerts. So if you're looking for instance, the gap continuation or reversal scan, is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. I have a couple of races that I'm sharing, a large cap race and also a wide open race. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. Okay. Give me a moment. Hungry kitty, just give me a moment. Okay, the stock window is here now. You're not going to get the profile. I'll show you if you do want the profile. But now I'm going to have to open this because somebody tried this morning and there's no data. I don't know why there wouldn't be, but I'll open it a little bit later. I do have a couple of scans that I don't have open, the momentum scan and the Cafe combo scan. I don't have them open. You can take a look at them though if you want. Pulse resumes is over here. So does that make sense, Tag? That you can pick and choose what you want. But if you want what you see here, these are the three right here. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Now, if it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help you, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. So when you say what happened to the free trade ideas testing, free trade ideas testing, what do you mean by that exactly? You're talking about on our market scope? Or are you talking about when we used to have test drives? The test drive. Well, it wasn't quite free. It was $11.11, but yeah, the company has decided not to do them. Yeah, I agree. I like the contest. I'm not saying it's dead forever, but I can't remember the last time we had one. It's got to be well over a year. And I'm talking to PKT in the main room. I should always mention that. People ask, "Well, who are you talking to?" We do have the two rooms, so I should always mention I'm in one room talking to somebody. Okay, well, that's a huge miss by me on the CDLR. Now, this is what I want to show you. Here's how you can take this scan, the continuation or reversal scan, and you can also have what I call the don't repeat version of it. Okay, why is that good? Well, first of all, this looks overwhelming, right? You're going to see, like for instance, CDLR. You see it over and over and over again every time it made a new low, which is fine. You're sort of nagging at you. Don't forget about me. But this is the first alert for it. At 9:51, that's the time. And at 19:20, how good was that? Okay, 18:15 now. Here's the ETHZ, 1097, 11:26 now. So this is why I like to have this because it allows me to see, well, what happened from that first alert? Number one, what happened? Did it move in the direction we thought it could move? Maybe it hasn't moved at all. Like I was, bet has not moved that much. Yeah, I mean, I was still, the alert was at 23. It's still hanging around there. Maybe later on in the day, or maybe I flip the switch on it or the script on it, okay, and say to myself, well, I know this was a gap up and go, a suggestion to go long, but you know what? It looks like it's struggling to do that. Maybe I turn around and short it. So I use this like a watch list. I use this like a watch list, okay? And if anybody's interested in how to create it, it's really simple. I have it. Don't repeat. That's what it's called. That's why I put a DR there. That's for don't repeat. Now look at the fly. I mean, if you had shorts available for the fly, look at that, 888 from 1011. And what the this is what we call a multi-strategy window. And the typical use of a multi-strategy window is if you don't, maybe you only have one monitor and you've got maybe three or four alert windows. You shouldn't have so many, okay? Don't overwhelm yourself with alert windows. they're firing that are giving you ideas every second because you'll get overwhelmed by the number of alerts that you're having to click on. So let's say you had three or four, and you can put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. So in this particular case, these are the four that I've got here. Gap up and go. So at the time of the alert, I've got filters in place that the gap has to be a certain amount. And then assuming all the filters are met, the stock made a new high. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher, but that's at the time of the alert, it was making a new high of the day. Gap down and reverse. It stopped gap down, it started to reverse. Gap up and reverse. Stock at like the CLDR. CLDR gapped up and then we reversed. And then the gap down and go, which was the VSTS, the gap down and kept moving down at the time of the alert. Again, doesn't mean the direction is going to maintain all day, of course. In fact, it could stop right after you get the alert. I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to keep moving in the direction, but it alerts you to what's happening, and then you can click on it, and then you can make up your mind whether or not it looks tradable to you. Oh, the CLDR, that was an awesome one. So, for instance, for some of you, you might only want to play reversal plays. So you notice how these are, all four of them are checked. So if you just wanted to play reversals, you could uncheck the gap down and go and the gap up and go and just look at the reversals. Okay. If you only wanted to look at potential long strategies, gap up and go and the gap down and reverse. These are a couple of long strategies. I don't do that. I mean, I want to see them all. And just because something said, gap up and go, it could turn into a short though. It gapped up and went for a while, and then it stopped and maybe started to come down. That's why I like to use it as a watch list. So look at the VSTS. Now using the wave, we can find the VSTS somewhere. There you are, VSTS. So again, you look at this, and here was the first alert for VSTS at $6. I didn't take it there. You know me, I like to wait for a whole number break. I didn't get it until 587. I don't take just because I get an alert doesn't mean it's an idea. But that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. You still have to have some trading experience when you click on the idea. And what is the chart trying to tell you? Whatever charts you're using, whatever time frames you're using, what is it trying to tell you? Always a story there. But I can maintain myself in this, even though this. See, it hasn't transitioned. It's still orange, which means it's still a weak trend. It hasn't transitioned to blue. Look at the SPY chart. This is very choppy, but I'm just showing you what a transition would look like. So this is using TradeWave. How do I use it? It helps me to keep in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. It's not a matter of seeing a sell flag necessarily or a buy flag to get me in. The price alert for this one, I think it was probably put out yesterday. Is that an all-time low now? Not quite. No, not even close. Yeah, Bitcoin, big surge, up $5,000. Yeah, Bitcoin. So somebody asked me about Mara earlier. I think so. I'm sure Mara is running because of Bitcoin, though, right? I mean, if Bitcoin weren't doing what it's doing, I think there's no way Mara would be doing this. Even though it's a miner, so it's not quite, but it's tied in enough that I mean, if Bitcoin was tanking, Mara would not be doing this, in my opinion. Well, I don't know what it was. I mean, I don't call that horrible. I mean, for a stock that is really moving, it's a 9-cent spread. I don't know. Maybe it's widened before, Mike Nico, but I don't consider that terrible. But again, when you looked at it earlier, maybe it was wider. Thank you. Okay, William. So Mara does actually have some Bitcoin on its balance sheet. So it's not just a miner, it actually has some Bitcoin. Okay. Thank you for that. I wonder if Riot, do you know if Riot does the same thing? Okay, guys. So William says he's going to keep the room open until about 3:45. Okay. I'm leaving at 10 to 2 today. Okay. 10 to 2. I have an appointment that I cannot get out of a little after that. So I have to take off at 10 to 2. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening here. BRR. I mentioned this one a lot earlier. This is an earnings play, actually. SLP is an earnings play. I was thinking, yeah, it's getting right into that. In this month, someday in this month, there's a high here around $20. Someday in this month. My goodness, PDLR. Just, now, last time, oh man, the last time I was pointing this one out, guys, YDKG, and it was hanging around the VWAP, and it pulled into the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, this would have been a pretty good look for you. You know, the VWAP's around 213 or so, pulled into the VWAP many times, kind of held, and now bouncing off for a bit anyway. If you're a bit of a VWAP style trader. Hmm. Okay, I have to put a price alert around 12 for this BWLP. See if it takes it out later. So I'll put it at 11.93. If it gets close to 12. And again, I'm just somebody who is very wary of stocks breaking whole numbers easily. FTEL is probably a great example of that. Look what it did. It got right to Got right to $2. I mean, it got right to $2 several times, could not break through. Okay, so let me just interpret what William is saying. You don't like Goldman Sachs. Okay, so SYM sells off on a vampire squid downgrade. So that is Goldman Sachs, SYM, magic or symbiotic. Symbiotic stock falls as Goldman Sachs sees 45% downside. Wow. Yeah, it's the trade wave buy, Obi. I actually thought it did work in the pre-market, but IQ, who's not, I think he uses it quite a bit now. And when we looked last week, it didn't look that there weren't any, excuse me, there weren't any alerts in the pre-market. So I actually, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, I could have sworn it did work in the pre-market. So this is what we're talking about, okay? So the trade wave buy, and look, you can see right here, we had a few in the pre-market, 8 o'clock, 8:55, 9:05. So how to get this? If you click on new in the toolbar, you click on Market Explorer window, and you get your Market Explorer strategies popped up. Right click on it, and then hover over select strategy. Another big box pops up, all the way down to trade wave. Another box pops up, and the trade wave buy 5 minutes. So it does in fact work. It does in fact work in the pre-market. I thought it did, but when we looked a couple of times last week, it just was. The fact is that there were just alerts. It's like any other scan. Has to meet all the filter requirements. Now, and again, understand you cannot modify this at all. Otherwise, you can't put a price range you want. But if you don't like the price range, the price, so when you're getting this alert, and look, and you can see how it works. Okay, like the last one was at 10:15. So since then, it'll be every 5 minutes if there is an alert because it's on the 5 minutes. So look at BRR. That was the last one. We are now at 10:28 Eastern time. But you'll see at BRR, you'll see a buy flag right there. Okay. Now, does it mean you just pile into the trade? Of course not. But that's what this means. There's docs 75.73. Now that's it. I'm wondering. Okay. I don't know. I didn't think it also no, 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 that's wrong. 10:15. So there is no buy flag anymore. I don't know why. Unless, nope. I don't know why it disappeared. Even though, but here's a sell flag. I don't think you get sell flags in this. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Wow, you're right. That is what time is it now? 10:29. I was looking, let's take a look at the economic calendar. I don't think I did post what is happening. So Bowman, so we had the red book at 10 o'clock. That didn't seem to do much. And then Bowman is talking at 10:10. So I don't know, maybe he's saying something, one of the Fed presidents. But a Putin comment, okay. So anyway, that's how this works. Okay. Now, The question we get a lot is, what can I get an alert, like a real-time alert when we do get, like from my one of my from a scan that you created, when a buy flag or a sell flag shows up? And the answer is no, at least not yet. I'll say not yet. It's possible in the future, but at this point, no. But these are alerts. These are real-time alerts. But the only thing is, the candle has to close, and it has to maintain the blue. It has to maintain being blue. Yeah, SMX, SMX. I mean, I know, crazy action. $53 yesterday's high. All right, guys. I think me and VSTS may be done. Still, okay, yeah. So done. He's looking to get out of this trade as I saw it curling up here. Now, understand, you're wondering, well, how did I know that? Remember, I have well, I have two monitors, and anything I'm in, I have thumbnailed on another monitor. Okay, so I'm always aware of what it's doing. And now you can see a little buy flag here. Wow, this actually turned out to be a very good reversal play. Look at this CNCK, guys. First alert at 9:51. The alert was at 6:21. Look at it now, 6:70. I didn't take this one. And the reason I didn't is, I, I mean, look at the market. I mean, it is you have to commit to a reversal, but you know what? Sometimes they don't care. Which leads me into taking a look at the spiders and the different sectors. We do this every day now. So if I click on new from the toolbar, and then I click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, okay? Theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more. I'm going to scroll down until we get to sector status. Sector status. So we're about an hour, after 9:30. So what this is telling you, so right now, 61% in red. That means that 61% of these sectors, these are the ones that are down. So XLE, you can see XLP, XLB, XLY, etc. So XLE is weak today. This is the energy sector is down now 1.3%. These are the strong sectors, right? Strong. I mean, strong meaning at least it's above yesterday's close. That's all that means. So, I mean, look at the SPY. It's up, 0.1%. Nothing amazing. XLK up 1.1%. Okay, I'm not saying these are monsters, but so if you're going to get into a trade, you can always check this to say, well, what is it unless the stock has some news on its own, and you want to say, if you wanted to take a tech stock today, well, at least you could say, well, okay, at least the techs look, somewhat positive. Okay, but if you want, for instance, so if you wanted to take an energy play and it was an energy stock and it had no news on its own, well, you're bucking the trend of the sector. So why would you do that unless you're so bound and determined that you wanted to take an energy play? But if it doesn't have any news on its own, maybe earnings or some news on its own, you're bucking the trend. Now, let's take a look at the sectors though. So, for instance, here's consumer staples, XLP. 85% of the stocks that make up XLP are down from yesterday's close. But look, so what I like to do is take a look at EL. This is up 3.7%, absolutely going against the sector. Now, is there any news? I don't think it's an earnings play, but you can just sort of check some news, a restructuring charge of 1.1 fleeting. So there's some news on it, and this is today, and it doesn't appear, and actually the market is sort of cheering that a bit. Okay, so the bottom line is you can take a look at the individual sectors, and you can see the strong stock in the sector, and you can scroll down, and you can see the weak stock in the sector. Okay, so here's Procter PG, Procter and Gamble. Look at this energy. Every single stock is below yesterday's close now, and BKR is the worst performing one. So this is a way, if you wanted to, you could look at this every single day, and that's all you could do. Maybe want to do. Just check out the strong stocks in a sector, the weak stocks. Check out the ones that are moving counter to the sector. Another one here, here's XLB. 85% are down, but for whatever reason, I mean, ALB is only up 0.6%, so not that exciting. But let's go down and see, well, what one is the worst performing? Here's Mosaic, MOS, worst performing one in the sector. Retail, which has been very strong, 68% are down. But here's IMKTA up 2.4%. English, I don't know this one too well, but what is the worst performing one? What's the worst? And look at W. I mean, look at Wayfair, down 6%. I don't think it's an earnings play, but this is down 6%. So, I mean, and these are all generally speaking, large cap stocks, generally speaking. So again, this is something that if you didn't want to do anything else and just look at this, wouldn't be the worst thing you could do. So the gap down and reverse and the gap up and go. Those are the two that are in theory long. Okay. When I say in theory, because it doesn't mean they're going to keep moving in the direction. So these two, the gap up and go, and the gap down and reverse. So I've color coded them. So, light powder blue is long and green is long. So, just by looking at the colors, and the other two, I think it's red and orange. Or yellow and orange. That's how I've color coded it. So at a glance, you can just sort of see. So this is a reversal play right now. Fun. You see, I want to check it out now. Fun. All right. Now, fun is, it's a little bit close to, yeah, you see, I wouldn't take this one because When I look left, yesterday's low was just under 15, and we're almost at 15 now, 15.26. So that see when I look left, there's not enough room for me to take this one because that's all I do. I just look left on the daily chart, and if I want to short this one, it could stall there at 15. It could stall. If when I look left, the next low was at 12.56, I'd be all over this. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:41. So it's going to be Andy today, taking over for me at around noon Eastern. Okay, Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me. Oh, that was the one from yesterday, the AHMA, not showing up anywhere for me. Boy, look at this. Is this breaking through that SLP, the whole number? Yeah. Wow. That's a good earnings play, guys. That's a great. That is what I like to see in the wave. You see how tight that is? It got a little parabolic right here, but see how tight it is right now? Narrow. You're not seeing the bars penetrating underneath the wave. That is what you really, and for me anyway. And it's funny because it's a low float, 16 million in the float. Not a ton of volume, but boy, that is a beautiful wave. Even on the 5-minute chart. Shoot, shoot, as in I should be in it. So a quick look at the market. I mean, so the Qs are up, so the techs are doing quite well. SPY's up still up a little. The Dow's up a little, and now look at the market. My goodness, I mean, this is choppy, 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 choppy action. As we speak, I'm not in any stock right now. No, Nosh. I got out of my short of VSTS. So now reversal plays. I mean, it's the market at least can continue doing something like that for a while. Reversal play should work not badly. Okay, so this was one of the wild ones from yesterday. I actually thought, well, kind of hoping it would take out 1710 later on. Of course, it didn't. Goes down here at 14, and it's dropping, 21% down today. Okay, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday. Fly is it? It's got to be halted. Ah, okay, that's why it's not moving. So it got halted on the way up. Halted on the way up, guys. FLYE. Got halted on the way up, and looking for an explosive open. It's halted at 10:02, and 1060, this area is the potential open. And they get a halt at 1040 plus 53 seconds. So if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, it'll be opening in about 20 seconds. So if you did take this on the bounce, you are going to be pretty happy, I think. Okay, it's not open yet. So this is going to be maybe a 10 minute halt. Typically, they are 5 minute halts. So this is obviously past 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to take a closer look at Janx, JANX. Market reacted very, very, very negatively to their results. It's a bio, okay, to their results. It's a prostate cancer study, okay, worries investors. So even though they came out and it looked positive at the beginning, it was a positive reaction at the beginning, but and some sort of reality set in. I guess if you read all this, the new release addresses key questions, but leaves several variables and gaps to be filled. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm just checking some again my thumbnail chart, see if anything interesting is happening. So I wanted to bring, yeah, so the jank. So the high right there is around 18. I have to put a price alert around 18 and just see if it takes it out. And yeah, because it would have some room, obviously, to 20. See if it wants to continue to perhaps recover. Well, the only thing I saw about Intel, it said that I think this is sort of a rehashing of the news, something about Apple and Intel. Intel poised for a major comeback. Apple deal could be a game changer. That's what we saw this morning. Okay, I think this has been out there before, but I guess they're sort of re-emphasizing it. Beautiful. I mean, look at that. Look at that move. I think they're just, it's just rehashing the news. I mean, I do recall seeing that before, but I think you're just rehashing the news. So what I'm starting to see, no, that was an early morning buy flag. You saw it right there. IQ, are you around? But some people don't know that that news came out a couple of days ago. They're saying it maybe for the first time. So, they're just re-emphasizing it. I think that I'm gonna pay a little more attention to this buy wave in the pre-market for stocks that are reasonable, like sort of not well, not that Intel was super expensive, but as opposed to the $3 stocks. Wow. So if you were in Fly Guys, you are happy because that just absolutely exploded. It's going to get halted again. Going to get halted again. How can you tell? Well, look at the bid ask 1265, 12. Wow. For a stock that is moving that much, there's no way it has a penny spread. So with that float, so you knew it was going to get halted again, and now look at where it could open, but you see how it's fluctuating. Oh, but you can post that in the main room too. You don't have to post to me because I always have to exit out. Sorry. Okay. I have to click on the X. No, I'm not in Fly. No. Where would I get in if I could possibly get in? Well, I mean, the close yesterday is at 1581, so it has room to that close, I suppose, but it's halted right now. I mean, this is just roll the dice on it. I mean, the potential open is 1335. It's halted at 1265 now. Well, it's just that it's run away. I mean, it's just again, I call it roll the dice. If it got to the close of yesterday and held there maybe for a while and then it popped, maybe I would get it because the high of yesterday was 21. The close yesterday was 1552. I maybe take a flyer at it. And I think this. I don't even know if there was news on this one yesterday. Yeah, we're not showing any news. I don't even know if there was any news on it yesterday. It was just a low float, 770,000 in the float. I'm just looking at my IB headlines from yesterday. I don't see, other than the fact it was halted and resumed many, many times. Scrolling down, other than lawyer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was any. I don't think I could find any news on this one yesterday. All right, guys. See if so you can see how the SLP now is starting to curl, and there's a little sell flag showing up. starting to curl. This might actually, I wonder if this could give me a short opportunity. So tricky, trying to short these tops, especially when they're very strong. It's a strong, it has news on its own. For those of you who don't mind looking at stocks under a dollar, this is FBGL, a little above yesterday's close, under a dollar. FBGL. Okay, fly resumed, and where did it resume at? So actually, it didn't. Yeah, so it's trying to hold a VWAP, but I mean, it's the VWAP is at 12. Well, there's going to be a discrepancy because that line there looks, wow, that line there looks at the pre-market volume also, whereas this does not take into account. But what a pop! Now, what a pop! I mean, guys, this is a 2 minute chart. It got down to $12, almost like $12, and it pops up to 14. That's you're going to be so careful. Where are you going to put a stop? Now you can see what happened here too. Fly at the beginning of the day was a gap down and go. It was awesome. I mean, if you had shorts available, there was the alert at 10:11, and it got down to $8. Then later on, it turned into a gap down and reverse. But would you take this at 1363? Probably not. Not after it did all of that. So again, just because you get, I mean, these are ideas, but you have to be able to look at a chart and decide, is this really what I want to do? This SLP looks pretty good again. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe shorting it, but it's so strong. Market is strong still. And, you know, and I mean, look at on a week, on a monthly chart. I mean, look at this incredible room it's got. On a weekly chart, I don't know. I'd have to scroll back quite a bit. I have to go back to June. Basically the same. Yeah, this is June. So there is a lot of room on this weekly chart still for SLP. Well, I tried to get some. The spread has widened a bit. I tried to get some at 2026. They wouldn't fill me. It's right now, it's 2026, 2040. I was using the mid price action in. It's not really mid. It's just between. It's sort of a misleading, but I didn't get a fill, which may be good. So this is these guys did a financing, I think, at the 26th level. So it's held very nicely. The 26th level, BKV, challenging that whole number now. Oh, this is an earnings play, guys. Box is an earnings play, actually. I didn't realize, didn't see it. Box is an earnings play, just a little over the whole number of 30. Next high is looking left, little bit of room, 30 around the 30.45 mark. So there's a little bit of room, not enough for me. If the next high had been up here, maybe 30.80 or certainly up here, but it could easily stall around the 30.40 mark. So for me, it's just not enough room until it potentially hits that next high and stops. Last week's high, same as last. So that is last week's high, about 30.48. Meanwhile, the market just sort of shook all that off. Two giant red bars down and just a complete and utter reversal. Boy, this CLDR just kept moving down. CDLR. All right, Jenks. Okay, are you teasing me to get into this trade? Okay, what I'm doing right now, waiting to see if it can really hold 18. It's at 1807, 1811 right now, 1808, 1810. Bid ask 1805. Calling a horse race here, 1805, 1807, 1804, 1805. So I'm waiting to see if it can really hold that whole number. Maybe getting to 1815 on the bid. That is something that'll interest me. Doesn't have to interest you. Uh, yeah, it popped up to 22, and I was almost going to take it, and then it just dropped right back down to 1810. So it's pretty choppy right around how much, what's in the float? 52 million. So it's a, relatively low float stock, and it's weak. I mean, tough to try to, something is down 46%. I mean, it's super weak. Just watching it, it's still at 1801, 1804. It gets back up to that 1815. Maybe that'll convince me that it'll at least hold 18 for a bit. Okay, guys. Well, you see how it's dipped. I'm just going to put a price alert right around 18.15 again and see if it gets back up there. If not, I'm just going to forget about it. I almost took it. I mean, it jumped up to here, and I was trying to get a fill around 18.20, and then it just immediately, as I was trying to get a fill, it dropped right back down. So I said, okay, let's wait. Saw this one yesterday. This Vera, saw it yesterday. Had a sort of an interesting day. Look at the pop this morning, VERA. I think Fly just got halted on the way down, right? Or maybe not. Not yet. I'm tempted on this one, this BKV, but it's another one just stalling right at the whole number. They did a financing at 26, and it's hasn't it hasn't been destroyed too much. It's only down 4.5%, but the financing was then at 26, so it's held the financing price. Every time I see iRobot, I wonder. So 253 is the next high looking left. Okay, here's a headline. Okay, Reuters. The industrial AI you never heard about is powered by SMX, and it's a $111 million deal. Okay, probably a low float. Yeah, I mean that's so you can see. I mean, why can this be so volatile? Look at the float for a $54 stock today with a 1 million in the float. And no, this did not hit 600,000 or whatever. 500, 512,000. Yeah, it's just a bunch of reverse splits. So that is reverse split adjusted. Started actually 3 days ago, the big move. Oh, is this going to be a crazy one, guys? FBYD looks like this is a crazy one. Yes, it is. Um, Not a lot of volume. Look at that. I mean, it's up 38%, only 101,000 shares, low float. So this is another crazy one. Ex- Experiential Entertainment Development Enterprise. This firm connects the world by bringing stories to life through theme parks, resorts, animation, etc. That's what they do. Never heard of them. So this is going to go nuts. I mean, it already has gone nuts, but look at this potential open 25 from 24. I'm sure it's not shortable for me. Well, 14,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers to short. Or what a run. I mean, 2 days ago, this was a $12 stock last week. I don't think I saw it at all, and more than likely, it's because the volume was so low. You can see, look at this. I mean, yeah, it's traded at 101,000 right now. The high, 126,000 a few days ago. So it only trades very little. Today it's exploding though, because it's already traded at 101,000. Okay, so this B and C showed up on the gap up and go. Hasn't really moved much. Not a low float, 42 million, not high, but not low. That red line that signifies the next high looking left on a daily chart somewhere. So that makes it a no go for me. It's so close, 759. Okay, well, this is the reason why FBYD are trading higher after the company was added to the preliminary Russell 2000 list, with the final inclusion expected to be on December 22nd. Okay. Obi, have you found that any of these splits have, remember, I don't know, it seems like months and months, even years ago, that we used to be able to follow these ones that did splits, and the next, even sometime the day of or the next day, they would rocket because they would put out any sort of news. Have you been able to determine whether or not we were in a market that was looking at these reverse splits, and it seemed to last for several months, and then all of a sudden, I just haven't seen anything. Yeah, they have been quiet, haven't they? It was quite an amazing, maybe several weeks where we saw these reverse splits coming out, and then either the day of or the next day, they would explode just because they put out some news. I mean, any news. All right, FBYD just opened, and where did it open? Yeah, look at this exploding, exploding. Volume is still really low, 108,000. And yeah, I'm just going to say it's going to get halted again. I mean, this is just not. This is definitely the nonsensical one for the day now. FBYD. Now, at one point that said 30 potential open. So that little buy flag right here at 9:34, yeah, right on. Okay, guys, I'm getting interested in this BKV. Why? Because look left and it's got a ton of room, 2868. It's just over the whole number. It's shrugging off the financing, not badly. I mean, it's still down 4%, but the financing was done at 26. So the longer this holds, over 27, and it's yeah, boy, it's a low float, 11 million in the float. Hmm. I'm surprised the spread is as good as it is. Be nice to see it base a little bit longer over 27. I'm talking about the BKV. SLP came right back up. Just couldn't get the fill that I wanted. Yeah, I didn't take the short on the fun. It showed up on the gap down or gap up and reversal scan, still up for the day, but I just thought that 15 level was too close. It's really why I don't take very many trades in a day. I'm very, very particular. Doesn't mean that 15 is going to stop this, but it's just the way I look at things. All right, it is. Just wanted to confirm. So it'll be Andy in our Andy Lindelof in our YouTube room taking over for me at noon Eastern. He'll go from 12 to 1. I'll take my break then. And again, guys, I'm off a little earlier than normal today, about 10 to 2. Okay, I had to take off at 10 to 2. William says he'll keep the main room open until around 3:45, though. I do have to shut YouTube down though when I do leave. Oh, market, come on, jeez. I mean, this only affects you really. I mean, if you're in the larger cap stocks that obviously track the market, you're being whipsawed more than likely, unless the stock has some news completely on its own. Okay, FBYD just opened and it did not. Well, it did. Yeah, now it is exploding. Yeah, I'm going to say it did not explode. Wow. I mean, take a look at this. So you can't see the symbol, but it is FB. The That is the number of shares available in Interactive Brokers to short, okay? That's what that is telling me, and you see how it's fluctuating? Well, it was fluctuating when I, looked at it just a little while, and not many shorts, but there were 9,000 shares, but they've been snapped up. A couple thousand have been snapped up. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, telling me how many shares are available. And you can see that as this goes down, more are shorting it. Now, if this number of shares moves up, that means people would be covering. But you can see there's still people piling, like taking shorts at Interactive Brokers. I cannot speak for other brokers, of course. And now look at that, gone. Okay, gone, but look at the covering now, okay? Now there was some covering. It's fascinating. All right, guys, 10, 11:23. Wow, look at that. Look at the FTEL. What a sell-off. I'm not sure there were shorts available for me. No, there were no shorts available for me. What a sell-off, though. Could not get through 2. It, hit 2 a couple of times, and then it just rejected it. There were no shorts available for me, though, at Interactive Brokers or at least now there aren't. There might have been earlier. Yeah, I mean, tough to commit to a long now. I mean, unless it's got news on its own. I mean, seriously, right now, I mean, that is a 683 down to 680, just a steady sell off from what time is that? 11 o'clock. Yeah, SPY is red. Dow is barely positive. The Qs are a little bit positive, but yeah, I mean, there is a sell off for a while. Doesn't mean that this next bar could turn giant blue and wipe all this out, but right now the market is a little skittish. When we're talking intraday, okay? In the overall scheme of things, if you look at the SPY on a daily chart, I mean, we're still hanging in this area. But if you're trying to intraday trade, it can be a little bit challenging. Now look at the FBYD. Those people who covered, now you see that there was no more shorts available now. Wow, look at that. 22 now, potential open. One day I'll do one of these. Normally, I don't have shorts available for these crazy low floaters like this. Normally, I don't have any available, which is usually a good thing. Yeah, so I was gonna take a bite of this BKV, but there's just it's just too hard to go against this market. So I'll continue to watch it to see if it gets back over 27, but to me, it's just not worth it. I think if the market had been a little bit different, if the market had at least not doesn't have to be moving higher necessarily, but just not, having this big move down. I think this BKV might have been a pretty decent little play. It could still be one. I'll put a price alert around 27.10. Maybe later on. I haven't seen that one other than in the pre-market, that PLRZ. And there's probably a big pullback. So you're challenging the VWAP now. Okay. It's far enough away though. If you're in at 650, I think I know how you trade. So the VWAP's around 670, excuse me, 676. Still up 109%. Had news, some kind of a nasal spray, I think. Sorry, guys. The nonsense that you get, text messages. Could you please send me your bank account number so we can credit your account for the amount that we owe you? Sure, right away. All right, guys. So anyway, the PLRZ. Now this one, I did not take it. It was so close to the whole number, but it looks kind of like the VSTS. It's not an earnings play though, but yeah, 778 is the next low looking left. Had the alert at 8:15 to short, potential short. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, take a look at this. Now, when I first looked at this, this is the FBYD. Okay, there's the halt price, 2407. You can see it right there. This is trying to tell you the potential open. When I first looked at it, it said three, but even so, my goodness, if you were short this one, now I'm not saying it's going to. You can see how it's fluctuating. Hard for me to believe it's going to open this low, but anybody who took a short on this one, you want this one to open soon. And 11:31 plus 37 seconds, so it's not going to be. Yeah, this is the problem. You're going to be waiting on this one now to open. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now, and you want this to open now. Unbelievable. I haven't seen this before. Not on. Well, I've seen it on the first halt of one of these China stocks, but I haven't seen this. And it has some news. I mean, it literally had some news that's going to be added to the Russell 2000. Now, looking at that news, it almost looked like it's on a list of stocks that could be added. But anyway, be interesting to see where in fact it does open. So you see when it says added to the preliminary Russell 2000 list, does that mean 100% is going to be added? Exactly. This is a could be. It's a candidate. All right. Now, hopefully, this is not a layout. I will not load a layout. Okay, good. We went through this one yesterday, didn't we? Okay, so you're asking why Janus? Okay, what's the symbol? You're making me. What is Janus? You're talking about JBI? Is that what you're talking about? JBI? You must be right. Oh, okay. Well, that's Janus. Okay, so well, you're confusing me. You said Janus, so why is it not adding? So I don't know. You have to give me the. Okay, Janx, JANX. So that's okay. That's okay. This one. Well, the only thing I can think of, down 47%. Okay. Okay, so sneaking in the float, you've got a 55 million. Yeah, first glance, I don't know. I mean, it's down 7% and between 7 and 200% from 5 days ago. I'm assuming that would be the case. Boy, it is a choppy one. Sometimes it's a sort function. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Off the top of my head, how did you even find that though? That it wasn't showing up. Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to look at the filter values very quickly. Obviously, the price range is fine. The current volume is fine. The volume is fine. Obviously, the stock was down at least 200%. It's within 50% of the low, so that's it. Up at least 2% from the open. It looks like it. I never put Janks on though. I don't think I put it on. Not that it matters. I don't think I did not load this one today. I don't think. I don't recall ever seeing it. Quickly, I can't see a filter that's not meeting the requirements. So I apologize. I don't really know. Well, the change from the open, it says at least 2% from the open. Okay, so I'd have to look what was the open. The open was here. Well, that's it. I think. Yeah, it's still down from the open. There, that was the open. Okay, so it's below the open, so it's not up. It's not 2% up. So that is it. Yes. Usually a reason. Would I change that filter from the open? Well, only if you care. I mean, you're going to see janks, but you won't see. But you're going to introduce more stocks. I mean, this is your scan. I mean, I see what you're looking for. First screen day under $25. I mean, it's your idea now. So if you change it, like change it to what? Like just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. I mean, you're going to get more filter. You're going to get more stocks in there. Well, when Yeah, you'll see janks, but maybe okay, let's just do it. I mean, you're gonna see more stocks, but maybe they're not as, powerful, I don't know. You're gonna see a lot more stocks doing that, but it's up to you, of course. I don't I know what you're trying to look for, but it's up to you. Now you do see the janks. I can't tell you is well, of course, a green day doesn't just because it's up 2% from the open, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a green day. It just means it's up from the open. It could still be down from yesterday's close. Could be. I mean, if you want to make sure you want to make sure it's a green day, you should be using maybe the change from the close of yesterday because the stock could have got down. First print of the day could be way down, and now it's above, but it could still be it's still not necessarily a green day. So you probably want to not the change from the open. But let's yeah make it the change from the close. And all you have to do, I know you know how to do this, but so if you just want to make sure it's positive, you don't have to put a big number. So you do that, you're reducing it now just to 2 stocks right now, MNDR and DXST. I don't know what this is. It's a stock, really? Ugly looking, very ugly looking. There's the MNDR. So yeah, it's positive for the day, very positive for the day. So, less is not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, boy, this is certainly a chop fest now. Here's our VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert around the VWAP, see if this guy gets back close to it anyway. Okay, so this did not catastrophically drop when it came out of the. Too bad, if you were short this one, this FBYD. Remember when we looked, it was because it did open at uh, around the same area as the halt. Probably why it was halted for 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes because the shenanigans, the market makers, not wanting to get the bid at least somewhat close to where it was halted. The Nerd Wallet, William, Nerds and NRDS. Hmm. All right, guys, we're getting close. 11:46, so I've got another 14 minutes or so in the room. I'm back at 1, but Penny will take over for me in our YouTube room. Boy, JANX now is looking more interesting as a short now that 18 really kind of rejected 18. But you can see kind of the choppiness. You had a sell flag, a buy flag, a sell flag. I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts, and they're about as choppy as the market. Thumbnail charts. These are some of the stocks I was looking at yesterday. Some I've put in for today. All right, guys, little move here for the Globus. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Next high is 173, too close. There is some volume coming in. So how did Intel did it finally succumb to market conditions? Intel? The answer is, yeah, kind of. Yeah. The last time we saw it was just steadily up, 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 up. I knew I should have shorted Janks. Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking about this one, of course. I kept thinking it was Janus you were talking about, but of course I've been talking about this all day. I'm sorry, unusual. But you would not have wanted this one, according to your, because it's still so certainly not a green day. Yeah, no, I was. You should have said, Barry, you're losing it. I had Janus on my mind. Okay, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Andy. He'll be there about 9 minutes from now in our YouTube room. Oh, nice, 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 nice for you, Todd. It last time I looked, this was sort of hovering around the VWAP, so nice. So it went through the VWAP briefly, got up to 7 for you. Very nice. Oh, by the way, somebody asked me about LAES. I forgot to take a look at it. LAES. Um, yeah, the volume is not great. I mean, it's 4 million shares, 4.8, but the relative volume is only 0.42. So I don't see anything that would really get me interested in this. And ALAB for any news? Well, I mean, this, if you want to call this news, I'm sure this was, well, this is the news. Astera Labs expands connectivity portfolio with custom solutions. That is some news they're pumping out today. Oh, but any news of why is it down? Uh, can't see any news why it's down necessarily. Well, 2008 unusual was a very, you see, the market crashes the so-called market crashes that we've had recently have been very short-lived. I mean, even COVID was really compared to 2008, where it was several. 2008 was I didn't go long a stock. It took me maybe a year and a half or 2 years before I actually went long a stock. Okay, but COVID was, these market crashes that we have, so-called market crashes that we have now, they don't last as long. So COVID actually, we could play bounces. There were some good bounce plays. But if you're talking about going long in terms of, swing trading, no, I mean, of course not. But if you're talking intraday, there were always things, even during COVID, maybe for the first couple of weeks. But after that, we saw, I mean, the COVID, yeah, COVID, if you look at the month, March, 2020, 2020, but then after that, it just, was a massive, massive run. Yeah, just go to my homepage, IZE, and you can have it. There's the link. Okay, here's the link for my homepage, and just go to my homepage, scroll down, middle section, scans, here they are, and here is the gap continuation. Understand that when you load it, you're not going to see all the previous ones, okay? You will see starting whatever time it is when you load it, 11:55, you'll see going forward. You might see the last ones in each scan, but you're not going to see all of these that happen from 9:45 on. Okay, so you want to incorporate this as part of your layout tomorrow. That's when this starts to work, 9:45. That is, I have a delay on it on purpose. 'Cause I find in the first 15 minutes, stocks and gap up and down, up and down, up and down. Not that it's all resolved after 15, but it's definitely not as volatile. Okay, guys, I better get my announcement here on a break. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. So I did see read Putin's war comments. Man, all right, guys. Got another couple of minutes. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. Okay, best we can say right now, market's making higher lows on a 5 minute, higher lows, okay, in its little mini recovery mode. I'd still like to see it get back up to the VWAP. We've gone, mildly positive. All right, I heard a little pop in our YouTube room, so I'm going to assume Andy's there. So, guys, in the main room, I'm going to mute myself now. I've given you the YouTube link. Andy is there now, so I'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. So I'm muting myself now in the main room, and I welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff to our YouTube room. How are you this morning? Though I think I know the answer to that.
Hey Barry, how are you, buddy?
If your emotions are are completely in tune with what the Aggies do,
Oh,
can't be. I was thinking about you, and I was thinking, if they had to lose a game, you didn't want to lose to Texas, right? It could
no,
have been any other game. Is is
exactly.
that is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. I mean, it's still we still have a possibly great season ahead of us. Obviously
Yep.
11-1. Everybody was projecting us to be, probably 7-5, 8-4. So
Hmm.
it's a good year, but you're right. You're right, man. That was not a good loss. And they didn't play well. I don't know what was in it. That was like probably one of the worst halves, other than the South Carolina game that they ever had.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was pretty bad.
But you're in
But
the
oh well.
playoffs, so
Oh
anything
yeah,
can
we're in the
happen. You'll
playoffs.
be in
We're
the
in the
playoffs, so
playoffs.
anything can
Yeah,
happen. So
yeah.
I've become a super Aggie fan this year for you. So
Well, thank you, Barry. I appreciate
you're
that.
welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah,
All right, Andy. So
yeah. Enjoy
I'll
your
take
hour,
off now.
Barry.
Yeah, I will. I'll take off now. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. My name is Andy, and if you guys have any questions about the software, maybe you're trying to configure something, let me know. We'll do our best to help you out there. Me and Peppy, if he's in here. And other than that, we can talk stocks. That's a good thing about Trade Ideas. A lot of seasoned traders here at Trade Ideas. So if you have any questions about, uh, stocks or charts that you want to look at, just be sure to drop it there in the YouTube chat, and we'll do our best to help you. But other than that, yeah, kind of a tricky market today. Yeah. Hey, Peppy. Hey, it's always comforting to know that Peppy's got your back. She was trying to get a little bounce here, maybe put in a sort of 45-minute high. Tesla is frustrating as it always is. Thank you, Peppy. Uh, this thing just, man, does not want to go. I guess they need to flood the market with robo taxis and start bringing in some. everything's on the come right now. So it's a lot of people, looks like it's overvalued, but we'll see. Probably should just buy some leaps in it or something. All right, quick look at what I got going on over here. Some of these I've been in for a long time. FLNC, I've been in for a while. Uh, I bit, I got pounded on this gap down. I, I never hold this stuff, and the one time I do, you get a 5.5% gap down. I did make the best of it. I ended up not being as bad as it could have been by buying some more at lows, scalping anyway. And Intel, upset on myself on Intel. This was my number one call in the eye today. This is what you call a go pause go. You had just a big bar right here, followed by an inside spinning top, almost a doji day, and then there's your next go signal. And unfortunately, I was managing. Should have just put in a buy stop, but I was managing a lot of the trades or looking at them, or whatever. I missed my ad there, so that's always frustrating. Kodak, I've been in for a long time. Probably right around here on this day. So probably about a week there in Kodak. Uh, Looking to add to this one actually, if it gets above this 5-day high. And K-Web I bought this morning on the drive down. I like to do this sometimes if I see something hitting a moving average, especially when the China markets did okay overnight. I'm not sure what happened. Probably some Baba news or something. I noticed Alibaba was down about 2.5%. Uh, but regardless, I like to take a chance at moving averages right there. It's just need to put an alert in there in case it does break to lows. I do want to get out, or maybe a little bit below that, since I have a good price. Mara, I bought yesterday. I was getting pretty near lows. 1141. Actually, I had it too early. Anyway, I'm in this Mara just based upon the rally in Bitcoin today. ONS is one that I did buy today, and I scalped out half of it way too quick. Path, I've been in for a good day, a good long time actually. I've been in Path from, what is that? 13. Well, I think I've added my cost here is going to be off because I actually added, I think, yesterday. But anyway, I bought on this 200-day moving average right here to start with. Or I've been in this one for a while too. Or I've been in Tesla. Of course, I've been fighting that thing for forever. I mean, I've been making money on it, but it's really frustrating. I mean, this thing just will not go. Vips was a call the yesterday. I believe I did buy that yesterday. WRD was a buy on earnings, and then I've already scalped out a half of that. And XRPI I bought yesterday, just expecting a bounce that and that in Bitcoin. But that's it. So sorry if I bored you, but I noticed I've had a couple people tell me they like to, see what my trades are, maybe give some logic behind why I did it. And got hurt in RGTI yesterday too, because I took some of that home on this setup right here. I just thought it was primed for a bounce, and I didn't want to miss it. And then, of course, it gapped and just got puked yesterday. That's that's the thing about anticipating. You got to be careful when you anticipate. If you anticipate and you're wrong, it can hurt. All right, let me pull this back up here. All right, other stocks on. I like the tail in this Mister yesterday on big volume. Of course, a lot of it's going to depend on what Bitcoin does, but I do like that yesterday it had a really nice bounce, even though Bitcoin's continued to kind of just meander near lows all day. So I thought that was interesting. Uh, but I would need to just buy it. I would need a new. They have such a big investment in Bitcoin. You got to play it with Bitcoin, that's for sure. Path is. I talked about that one. That's probably an old trigger. Good question, Teddy. I'm kind of I'm bullish. Just because historically, from about this time till the end of the year, we usually have kind of a grind higher rally. It's typically not a you know roaring bull market, but typically this time of year we do kind of grind higher. So I almost have to be bullish. But that being said, I know there's just you gotta if you look at the let's just take a look at the cues. Okay, and as long as we are back above all of our moving averages here, we're kind of in no man's. If I drew a trend line here, you're going to see, even though, and this is what you kind of got to beware of, even though we kind of broke this downtrend, we still need to make a higher high. So or not make a lower high. So in other words, you got a high right here. Let me pull up my Epic pen real quick. So one could argue, that you have this is our all-time high, and then you got a high right here, and now we're sitting right here. So I think you need to take out this area right here where I have this price alert set, for it to be get real bullish on it. Okay, because technically we haven't made a uh, or have not made a lower low. Okay, so if we roll over right here, let's say we close kind of in this doji, tomorrow we come in, we start heading down. It's still kind of a downtrend, even though you kind of broke the trend line. You're still making uh, lower highs. So, yeah, you always got to be aware of some tax loss selling. That's you find that it seems like I find that typically more in the toward the last week of the year, but no, it can go on starting in November, but uh that's a lot of times that's in stocks you probably don't want to be in anyway because they're probably losses, but ooh, XRP moved ahead of cut this off real quick, clear out those lines, and taking a look, XRP actually moved higher than IBIT. And if Tesla can't hold this 20 period moving average, and you got your 5-day moving average, you can see how well it's holding it right here. if it can't, I'm gonna have to thin out because I do not want to ride this thing. I got too much to ride this thing down to the 10 period moving average, which it could very likely go if it doesn't hold this 20. Of course, you have a little bit of resistance right here, but uh, yeah, you don't want this thing not to bounce here. Luckily, I've taken, a little bit of profits. I do scalp this thing when they're not, and uh that's a rule of mine that I like to do. If you're still kind of in a downtrend, or maybe you're below your 50 moving average, or you're heading up into some major areas of support, I always have a tendency to take some off. I don't like just, loading up and hoping that it gets through that 50. I'm always like banging some out. I probably sold a little bit this way, and then I'll buy it back. Sometimes I bought some at 423.60 range today. So uh, so it's kind of a combination of my day trading days and swing trading. All right. Bitcoin's trying to go to highs. Qs are trying to go to 1 hour high, but they're running right smack into their 10 period moving average. We'll see if it can get back through that. Here's a look at the Qs. Look like we just tickled a 1 hour high, but there's your 10 period moving average. We'll see if we can get back through that. Stocks that I'm actually looking to that I'm looking to add is FLNC. This one has a pretty low float and then a high short interest. Recent earnings about a week ago. So if it does get above, this 3-day high here, I think it could have a really nice pop. So one, I'm hoping to, add to that one. Uh, Unfortunately, I didn't get enough of this one when I bought it, so I really don't have enough profits to bang out any right now. But that's one I'm definitely looking to add. And of course, I mentioned Kodak. Kodak, I may be looking to add pretty soon, actually, if it goes to highs. Oh man, Hans, sorry. Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing you talk about that or seeing you talk about that. Good Lord. So you got everything worked out, huh? You got all your money, right? And I'm going to anticipate and add a little bit of this uh, Kodak. Yeah, let's see. High is, we should probably 66. So we're right here. Now, I should let it get through that high, but okay. Qs are trying to get through the 10 period moving average. Oh, good, good. Oh, good, Hans. Glad it all worked out. Tesla is trying to hit a 1-hour high as well. And there's the FLNC I just talked about. I'll put that at highs. Now this is one I probably want to see confirmation or at least volume coming in. Yeah, ARC kind of looks very similar to the Qs, trying to get through their 10-period moving average. And amazing how these algos will just kind of keep everything coordinated. Yeah, I like ARC. I don't. I mean, really. Well, I guess Tesla's the biggest ARC component. I do have Path. Path is an ARC component. I do like the way this is heading up, especially if you can get through the. Now I have taken some. Boy, that's going to move pretty quick, and mm-mm, That's gonna have to go. Break out. It's just too thin to gamble on. Now I do typically scalp, these Bitcoin miners unless I get just an incredible move with out of Bitcoin. Yeah, market is kind of extending now. Ons. Oh, Riven is one. I do think this thing wants to go to this 18. Excuse me, guys. I'm just kind of working on some positions over here. All right. So XRP trying to poke its head out some more. Oh, WRD. I think I forgot to not talk about that. Yeah, no, I did talk about that. Thing looks like it. I did got a Bank of America yesterday. It got a $12 target price slapped on it. So let me check some of the others real quick. CLSK. I think I had alert in that one. Yeah, that one's not really performing all that well. I did scalp out. I mean, it sold half that Mara. I mean, I'm in Bitcoin and XRPI. I don't need to. I like to see them. Sometimes they just don't move. You see Riot's not doing a whole lot. Let's see. What was one I had on here? Hut. Ooh, wonder what happened to that thing. Oh, that's ugly. Probably going to hold a little bit of this path into earnings. They had good earnings last month. Obviously, if it was way up here around probably 18 or 19, I wouldn't. But since it's kind of been beat up the last 2 or 3 months here, it's probably going to hold a little bit in that because just because I think they're solid. My personally, I thought their earnings was good last quarter, and I anticipate them to be good again. But I don't know. It's always a crap shot with these things. But it won't be. I won't be holding a lot. I never do. Kind of interested in this one though. That's a kind of a nice little setup there. It's rare that you see Mara as the top gainer. There goes that FLNC. And the high is 20. That was my number, 2001. Not crazy about the time of day, but geez, I might have to buy some of that. I think Mara's just playing catch up. Come on, Tesla, you can do better than that. Oh, Trader 77. That's who you are? I had no idea. Now you got to get back Trader 77. That's the only way I know you. Yeah, you must have. Well, yeah, it seems like you would have to sign in on something when you set up your account on the Mac, but maybe not. Now, Kodak's kind of it's not a really high. Uh, what is that high anyway? 72. Yes, 3 Sharp. How are you, buddy? This is Andy. Thank you, man. Yeah, I was pretty disappointed in them. Watching them play all year. I don't know what it was. I don't know if that stadium, all the crowd noise got to them, but they seemed like they were playing tight, and yeah, it's just a bad game. They better get it worked out though, because I mean the good thing is they can make the playoffs, but we'll see. We'll see tonight what they'll be ranked after tonight. I'm sure they'll probably drop to about at least 6 from 3. Even Pepe looks odd, huh? Says Pepe 9. Yeah, maybe it has something to do with nah, I don't know. I don't know what would cause that. Yeah, they're in the playoffs. That's the main thing. Of course, you never want to lose to your rival like that, but yeah, that second half they just played horrible. I guess so. YouTube doesn't want duplicates, huh? Okay, that would make sense. So everybody's got a number now. I sold another bit of that ons 30 actually. I'm gonna have to thin out some of these Tesla. I can see it already. See, I don't like that's relative weakness there. You got your cues that popped above its moving averages, and this thing just not probably wants to stay pinned between this 20 and the 50 today. I would be surprised if it sold off down to that 10 period moving average, but who knows? Okay. Yeah, it's a tricky one to trade. I know that. Uh, that's my stop order. Okay, that's what that is. You know what? I need to cancel that anyway because I just sold it. What's coin doing? Kind of hanging out. Okay, web trying to get a little bounce here. Let's see, they got that 53. Let's see, what's the high here? 52, and it tickled a 54. I had a bid in there and I pulled it. I just don't like the time of day to be, chasing breakouts. Like this is where you got to let them go through and maybe see some volume. Same thing with Kodak. Taking a look around, any AI is actually performing okay, up 3.5%. BBAI can't get anything going as of yet. Sound tried to do something, rolled back over. And the quants, you got IO and Q that suckered everybody in again today and sold off. Regretty back down. Oklo going to the nukes. Not bad. Back above its moving average. I put an alert right there in case it. So I guess Blurry has got to putting on a short position, and Tesla probably not helping it today because it's sure not doing what I expected. I'm sorry. It's Burry. He's got blurry vision as of late. Hmm. That's what I'm. It's probably a Freudian slip there. Yeah, he does have blurry. Probably does suit him better there, Dave. Well, right now we're kind of right in the middle of our range. So let's take a look at the averages. I haven't looked at the spies yet. Yep, pretty much right smack in the middle, of where we're opened. Qs, pretty much the same thing. A little bit higher there in the Qs. Uh, in NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, all up nicely. Amazon just been really tough to trade. Gosh, I held it into the earnings. I mean, I made some money on it, but gosh, just to watch it do this and just brutal. I mean, I didn't. I got out when it broke, I think, on that day right there. But And there's the Oklo alert. So Oklo is trying. Let's see, what's that 5-day high there? We're a tickle above. I just feel like, man, you're just buying it in no man's land. It's right where I sold some yesterday. Get 77. I was watching AMD this morning. That was an ugly move right there. Very similar to Tesla, but this is why I think I just keep saying the dynamics of this market lately. Just be patient. Don't feel like you have to chase anything. I mean, just like Tesla today, you could have gotten it at the 20 period moving average. Yeah, SMR. I think I tried it on this day, and yeah, it's just I think you can put alert in there, but they've it's what happens when you have companies that are basically operating off zero revenues. I mean, they got a little bit. I guess some of them do, but and my fear with these things too is, you'll get some sort of new technology that will basically destroy them. I have no idea if that's the case, but Elon will invent something that needs no power at all. Can work off solar. I should have left it out there. I'm not going to carry this home overnight. Now, that what happened? I wasn't holding this one, but I was holding iBit. Now I told myself, yeah, no more. On's continuing to try to go. Qubit, I think that was that Steve's thing. It was yeah, never triggered, but I think that was the trade of the week. That QUBT. QBTS is actually up 4.5%. I think this is probably the best of breed, and it's up the least. But running smack into its 20 period moving average today really needs to get above that range. See what Neo? I had an alert go off on that today, close to $5. Now just sitting there hugging right now. It's 200-day moving average. Stick alert just in case it wants to start getting active. Yeah, exactly. That's why you just play the charts and don't try to figure out what. Uh, I just sold that. I mean, my plan was to not hold this thing overnight. Too big gaps in these things. You have a great day, up 8%. Tomorrow you wake up in the morning, it's down 6%, because they trade overnight. Stick that above the high there. VIPS has been looking good again. It's been surprisingly strong after earnings. Nothing really preventing it from going another 30-35 cents. If I just get my Baba to bounce, I think I could get my K web going. I'm holding very very little China stocks overnight these days. It's just been too crazy. And if I do, it's probably going to be something like K web and not an individual name. Although this one's having a good move today. I think that's a big level right there. Yeah, it is. Never gets through that. Decent revenues, nice cash to debt ratio. Q's bleeding back down to test their 10-period moving average again. And even though Tesla has been one of my biggest winners throughout the year, it sure is frustrating. Most of that came over here, though. All right, guys, we got about 5 more minutes, so be sure if you have any questions, get them in. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Hut. And Qs are sitting on their 10-period moving average right now. And yeah, if you have some profits today, be be thankful. And the Qs just broke their 10-period moving average. This is why I've been taking some profits. Probably why I'm going to have to take some more Tesla too, because it needs to hold on here. I'm running out of profits in it, but I did take some this morning, so oh, that's why I didn't buy that FLNC. If that thing's just really thin. Well, yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to maybe hold off of. It's kind of 4 days in a row. We've kind of just been hanging out around the same level. Mr. Barry.
That's me giving you an applause because thank you for mentioning hut, and I took a short on it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we weren't sure what was happening with hut, and I
Yeah,
saw it
it
was
looked yeah, it looked
underneath
like it
38.
wants. Yep, I see
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So I'm not expecting a huge amount. The next low looking left is fairly close. It looks like it's around
Yeah.
30. Actually, no, it's about $1 away. The next low looking left is, yeah,
Is
on the
that
daily
far?
chart, is about $1 away. Yeah,
Oh, it sure
yeah. I
is.
think,
Wow.
yeah, 36.78. Yeah, it's a
Yep,
dollar
I see
away.
that.
So
Yeah.
so yeah, I decided. Well, Andy says he doesn't know what's happening with it, and so I thought, well, let's
Well.
let's just see if I can make it happen even worse. You're not long, are you?
No, no, by no
Oh,
means.
okay,
No,
okay.
no. No,
Are
it
you a
was on
Bitcoin
my
player at
watch list
all?
today, just, looking at last night, it was setting up pretty good for a potential, long, but then
Yeah,
so it got put on my watch list. That doesn't obviously doesn't mean I'm gonna take it, that's for sure.
sure.
But
Are you a Bitcoin player at all? I think I've
no,
asked you
no.
this before.
No,
Yeah, you had.
no, no. I don't understand it, so,
Good
I
grief,
wish
though. I
I'd
mean,
been back in the day, wish I'd have jumped on it
yeah.
early, but
No, I remember having this conversation with you. Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, but the fluctuations. I mean, down so much yesterday, up so much today.
Yes.
And it really is pulling on the market. I mean, it really is.
Yeah,
It's they are related. Bitcoin goes
sure.
down. Well, the market goes down with it. And
Yep. Yeah,
though, I
it's
mean, the market's not really popping today because Bitcoin is popping today. But anyway, it's just an amazing. Yeah, just like you, I don't really understand it at all. They can explain it to me. They can give me a solid 1 hour one-on-one with somebody who knows everything about it and who can speak, in a language I could maybe understand. I still don't think I would really understand it. you
no,
know,
I'm the same way.
It- Anyway.
No,
Well, Andy,
we're we're
listen,
we're
thank
both
you.
we're both
And
old school, Barry.
what's that? We're old
We're
school,
both old school,
exactly,
man. Used to run
exactly.
around with change in our pocket.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you guys don't have pennies anymore, right?
Oh, they did stop making those,
They
yeah.
stopped making the penny. We stopped making
Yeah.
pennies like years and years ago. Years and
Yeah,
years
I
ago.
don't
I
know
mean, it's
why we
so
didn't. Yeah.
ridiculous. I
Yeah.
mean, but anyway, Andy.
Yep.
So I will. So there's no games for you until the bowl. I guess the series starts, right? The championship series starts. The bowl,
Yeah.
not the bowl games,
Yeah,
but
yeah, so I guess it'll be,
because you're
gosh, when
not
do
in a
they
bowl
start?
game either. This is it. You're just
Oh,
waiting for
yeah,
the.
when you go to the playoffs, you're well, I think they still call them bowls, but, your first
Well,
game
no, but there's no
you play at
championship.
home.
There's not like there's a Big Ten championship. You know how they've still got these little championship
Right,
games.
right. Well, SEC has one, but
Yeah,
Aggies,
yeah,
because they lost, are not gonna be in it. Right, right.
right.
So, you know what? We need to get healthy. We got a lot of guys that are, banged up, and it's a lot of our fast guys, and I think that kinda hurt us against Texas too, because our offense has kinda been built on speed, with 2 quick
Okay.
wide receivers and our quarterback, and I think, yeah, all of them have some ailments, so they need to get healed up.
All right.
All right,
Well, I'm
Barry.
sure. Okay. Well, have a great rest of the week, and we'll see you next week.
Yep, I'll see you Friday.
Oh, Friday. All right. A
Yeah,
double dose of
yeah.
Andy. Okay.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Have a good one, Barry.
Okay. Bye
See you
bye.
guys later.
All right, guys. I'm just getting. Let's see. I get my layout loaded in YouTube. Let me get rid of the announcement and get my music going. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I took a short on Hut on. He was talking about it in the YouTube room. I decided to take a little short on this one underneath 38, got down to 37.64. As I was talking to him, it started to. Now, I would I keep in this one had I been higher at a higher level, maybe, because it hasn't transitioned, but hasn't gone blue yet. But I wasn't in this one early enough, so And where are you, Todd? Where are you, Todd? Because I'll bet that you looked at that, the what the PLRZ, right? I bet you probably looked at that and went, "Oh man," because I know you got out of it right around here, and then I just as it was taking, excuse me, while I was on my break, I saw this massive move from 671 all the way up to 827, 832, and I know you were in this one earlier, but you had to obey your stop. But it can kind of drive you nuts because you can say to yourself, well, why didn't it do this when I was in it down here? you know, you guys are talking about Fox. I see Fox on, yeah, not a lot of volume. I mean, 270,000 shares only right now. I mean, and we're, 1 o'clock, but some volume coming in. You can see some volume coming in. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. And remember, I'm leaving earlier today. I'm going to be gone at around 10 to 2. Okay. William, we'll keep the room open till 3:45, but I'll be gone at about 10 to 2. So I only have another 40 minutes or so, 44 minutes. So here's my homepage. So the promo is still on. This could be the last day. I say could be. Sometimes I forget to remove the promo. It's that simple. So the promo is still on. You can still get 30% off the first month. Sorry, 30% off a premium annual subscription, 30% off a premium annual, or 25% off the rest of them. The rest of them meaning the monthly premium, monthly standard, and annual standard. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. And it's, the email did say it ends today, but sometimes I wouldn't count on it though. But sometimes it is extended one day. I kind of forget to take the promos off. All I ask, if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. Company tracks the use of the promo codes, and if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping both the rooms free. Okay, the YouTube room and the main trading room. And for those of you on YouTube, this is what I'm talking about. If you want to come into the main room, here it is. Just a lot more action in it. More traders are in there interacting with each other. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, the first thing you must do, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and you'll see getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos that gets you started. Mandatory you do this. If you don't have trade ideas, I would start off with the second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay. You can always try this for a month. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos, about 15, not about, there are 15 videos, all free. Last, if you're looking for my scans, technically not all scans, but if you click on that, so if you're on, click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. So these are two races that I've got going. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. A large cap race, and then a sort of a wide open race. A lot of volatility in this race. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. These are all real-time alerts in sort of ticker fashion. Two competing strategies, you know, similar filters in each one. One's looking for new highs of the day, one's looking for new lows of the day. The gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes is over here. And then I've got a couple other scans that I do not have up and running. I have a momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan. Okay. So, and here's the single stock window. Don't have the profile if you want. If you want to see the profile, I can show you how to do it. You know what? I'm going to click on this because for some reason it didn't seem to work this morning. Let me just see. Hmm. No data available. I wonder why. Makes no sense to me. Well, I know this one works. Yeah, that is very strange that there's no data available. Pepe, any idea? I can't understand why. Well, I loaded from my home page the single stock window. Somebody mentioned this morning there was no data available. Ah, I know what happened. Nosh. Okay, you had to click on any symbol. Okay, that's what it was. You had to click on any symbol, so I'm glad it worked. It's okay, Pepe, forget it. So when I do this again, of course, uh, that's the problem with getting up so early sometimes, I just sort of so yeah, so no data available, but you just had to click on a symbol. Okay, good. Don't have to worry about that then. I thought for some reason I thought it might have defaulted to something like the spy or something when you load it, but I guess not. Well, things have really slowed down, guys. I haven't had a new alert for a while. You've been here? Yeah, exactly. I don't know how I have no idea how I would have saved it without a symbol, any symbol. Exactly. That's what I thought. It would default to the spy. I don't even know how you could have a blank box. I mean, how would I? Yeah, it's almost impossible. Well, look at Jenks now, man. It's done a complete U-turn. This is when I wanted to go long, just over 18. So it's done the U-turn, and we're at the 1670 is the low of the day. Wouldn't surprise me. It takes that out. I mean, this has just been a disaster. 50% down today. Their drug was not, even though they tried to present a rosy picture of it, drug was not perceived as being good enough. Prostate cancer treatment. Yeah, you see what they're trying to do. Focusing on the groups of patients treated with dosing regimens advancing to phase 1B, et cetera, has the potential to achieve a best-in-disease profile and achieve blockbuster sales. So that was, that's what popped it immediately. Then afterwards, reality sets in. Okay, this is a real cheap one. I'm not sure. I've seen Mango Cuticles. Okay, Mango Cuticles. What a nice run on the 2 minute and the 5 minute. That's what you want to see. There's no volatility really at all. It's steadily up, 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 up. Probably watch this one tomorrow, guys. I mean, if it where did it come from today? It came from well, was it $1 or 99 cents? That's where it was yesterday. He's been kind of chopping around the area. Let's see if it holds $1 today. It maybe gets to the. I'm going to put a price around $1.21 just to see if it gets up to that area. You can see if it gets even if it gets up to 150, then the next high is up here at 228. Not saying it's going to happen today or even tomorrow or ever, but that would be a great run if it to see if it's done this before. Okay, it's had these little moves before and I haven't managed it that much. Looks a little nicer on a weekly though, I have to admit. I mean, because then the next high is 139, and then right there that high is 116, very close. So it looks a little nicer on a weekly if you count all this on the daily. Don't see any news on it today. XYZ may cascade lower if it can break below 61, according to William. Mhm. Stock shares are trading lower amid the company's presentation at the UBS Global Tech and AI conference. Obviously, whatever they were saying, not a lot of applause. Well, if it does take out 61, there's a low there. I think that is 61 also. 61.18, the low today for 61.11. So yeah, it takes out 61. The next low looking left is wow, 50, call it 57. So it would have yeah, a nice little chunk to move down to if it can get close to that 57 level, a little $4. What do I think of ONDS? Haven't seen it at all today. I know it's been very active in the last few weeks or week or so, but again, we got a little pullback here. You got all these little areas to get through. So a lot of volume, but it's a big float. So it's trading a little bit more than normal. 1.19. It is up 10%. The monthly high is last month's high is 881. A little bit close on 884, looking at a monthly chart. Weekly chart, last week's high, it's about the same. So, I mean, yeah, it's got a little bit of room to run. But I'd be a little reluctant to go long anything, right? I mean, this is just a super choppy market right now. Up, down, up, down, up, down. You know, I mean, it's very, very choppy right now. I'm not saying that this is the sort of stock that's going to move with the market, but a lot of option volume. Well, actually, yeah, it trades a lot of options, but it's only basically trading normally. That 114,000 total option volume is basically 105% of normal, so it's basically normal. Nothing abnormal, and that makes sense because the relative volume is basically nothing super abnormal. So that's pretty ugly looking on a 2-minute chart, the KZIA. So this one could be a late dayer, guys. It could be, okay, PLRZ. What are we now, 121? So yeah, because it's basing just on the VWAP. It already had this move, so there's nothing stopping it from doing something similar, I guess. I'm not saying to take it now because that's what's going to happen, but look at the volume that came in on that move. Okay, look at the big volume spike. Another volume spike. You never know. With that sort of a float, 116 million have traded, 1,900 times normal up to this time of day. This is not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. So if I were really, I mean, probably not going to be able to do anything. We'll only have another, a little over 20 minutes. But I would put a price alert around 7. Just, take out this little area here and see if it pops through 7 on volume. And that's for the PLRZ. Of course, it would have room because the high of the day was way up there at 835. So, yeah, you never know. Could go on one of those late day runs. As news, you can see, I mean, it's been look at that. The last alert we had was at 11:52 in this scanner. 11:52. We're now at 123. My swing pick? Are you talking about I still don't understand why this I still have a channel. To be You're talking about from that has gotta be so old. You're talking about when you say my swing pick, is that what you mean? The email. Oh, okay, not mine then. Okay, not mine. When you say your swing pick, you're talking about the company. Okay, that you meant my personal swing pick. Not a lot of volume. Yeah, this, PLRZ, it looks interesting. I mean, it's really, really basing here, but, you've got so you can see the uncertainty, a little buy flag, a little sell flag, a little buy flag. Definitely has the, little bit of uncertainty, but it's certainly hugging the VWAP. The purple line, that flat line purple line is, the VWAP. Definitely, it's hugging it, it's not dropping below it. Well, a little bit here, but it didn't close below it. Just needs volume, just needs a big volume push through 7. Yeah, 61.24 now, you're right, XYZ. Z. Oh, good. Oh, what a tight little range here, guys, for the PLRZ. Good spread, 93, 94, 96, 90. Guys, I mean, this is looking like, boy, if it pops through 7 on volume, this could go. The problem with XYZ for me, right now, William, is that it's so parabolic down now from 65 down to 61 in about, 20 minutes. This is a pretty parabolic move right now. Well, there you go. There's your 61. It'd be nice if it would just sort of base a little bit, just a little bit. What do they do? Financial transactions, clearinghouse. Interesting name, XYZ. Fox just got halted on the way up or down? Up. Okay. Well, you guys have been talking about it. Well, I would have moved 560 to 7. Well, I mean, I may be completely wrong, but there's the XYZ. I mean, it's underneath 60, 61. Just seems so parabolic. Boy, look at this. I mean, this is just teasing us right at $7, guys. And the okay, give me a moment. All right. Well, okay. Little scalpage for me, okay, on the PLRZ. In fact, I thought it was going to get halted. And look at the volume that came in. You see what happened? I mean, the volume was great. Pushed it up. Hoping we go a little bit higher, like that. Jeez. Oh my goodness, guys. Okay, that was like voodoo. Holy, wow. It's getting halted right here, guys. It's getting halted right here. You can tell, not budging. Going to get halted right there. Well, hopefully some of you guys took advantage of it. Just about, taking out 7 on volume. Look at the volume that came in. I'm not in it anymore, guys. Okay, I just because it was getting fairly close to that high. I'm not in it anymore. So, I'm just looking here. This doesn't look good either. 6, 7. Well, let's see. I mean, 794 is the halt. I'm surprised. I am surprised that this is not, closer to 794 or above it. There we go. Well, it's all over the place. It is all over the place. I'm very glad I'm not in it right now because wouldn't want to see it open a dollar below that halt. I don't believe it's going to open down here. I think that they're going to get that closer to the 790. I'm not saying it's going to be above 790, but it seems a little dramatic. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. Sorry. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. So I'm back. Well, it's getting a little better. I'd like to see that. For those of you who are still in it, okay. I want to see that get closer to that 794. Basically, have your finger on the submit button, guys. I mean, I don't know where this is going to open. If you're in this one, you should not be in at 794. You should be in a lot earlier. But let's see, what time is it now? 1:33. So if this opens, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 1:38 plus 7 seconds. So we're getting close. Getting close. We're about 10 seconds away from the open if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, well, it's getting a little bit better. There we go. Okay, open. All right. So, I mean, if you were in this, I would have taken some off. I mean, there's no question because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, you never know if that is going to happen, that move. So, all right. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Hmm. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. When you see this happen before, you always think, well, could it happen again? That's sort of a move down. So that's why I was saying, you should have your finger on the submit button and get rid of some anyway. Yeah, no shorts available. I don't think there have been shorts available today at Interactive Brokers for that one. It may not be over. It may not be over, but You put a price alert at 8 and see if it takes out 8 later. Okay, guys, I have about 10 seconds, 10 minutes left. Okay, I'm leaving at 10 to 2. And right on the button. Okay, so I won't be able to answer any questions. Somebody was talking about CTRI. Yeah, nice. Or how old was this? What's the big announcement? No, I'm not waiting for it, but what's the big announcement? Or are you just kind of kidding? Earlier on in the day, guys, this was a gap up and go oust. No, no, I'm definitely not going to be around. I'm sure whatever he says is going to affect the market, but I'll be gone. Um, yeah, oust now is turned into a, gap up and reverse. Earlier on in the day, it was a gap up and go, and it kind of did, but now it's a gap up and reversal play. Have to watch this one tomorrow. This Janks tomorrow. See if it has more. See if it has a big bounce in it or just continuing down. I have to remember when I come back. I'm going to have to check the chart to see where it ended up. Ah, look at the PLRZ guys. It looks like it's going to try to take out 8. I mean, look where it got to. It got to 8, I think. 801. 801 was the high. The high here. I'm not talking about the high of the day. The high of the day is more like 834. All right, guys. Got another 5 minutes or so. So if there are any questions, please ask them now. I cannot stay past that 10 to 2. So This is new today, guys. CEP in this scanner. It's the first alert for the day. 1281. Wow, look at the room it's got. 1072. Not saying it's going to get there, but boy, that is a lot of room underneath for a CEP potential short. Cantor Equity Partners. Oh, it's a blank check company. Okay. Oh, that's right. This is CEP. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I remember this one now. Yeah, not shortable for me. I remember this one from before, and the same thing. It was not shortable. Oh man, that I wish I were sticking around. That PLRZ looking oh, taking out 8. Could have just a big late day run. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Volume. I mean, the volume is starting to pick up again. Which one? I'm talking about PLRZ. No. Stocks unhinged in our YouTube room. Talking about this one, the PLRZ. Volume picking up. Okay, guys, I'm going to start wrapping this up now. So, as always, thanks for all the help all day long, as usual. Ah, look at that, though. Didn't, whoa, I'm glad. You see, look at that. I have a price alert. If I were sticking around, I have a price alert around 804. Okay. Did not take it out. So the main room will open tomorrow at 6:45 Eastern time. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. Get on mic. I'll get on the mic for both rooms at around 9. For those of you on YouTube, if you still want to, give me a moment, talk stocks with other traders, the other room is still going to be open until 3:45. Okay, so just click on my homepage link. This is for YouTubers, okay? Click on my homepage link, and right here, here's how you get into the other room. That room will be open till 3:45. I have to shut down YouTube though. Well, I don't have to leave early days on day. I have to leave today. I don't have to leave. The other times when I leave early, it's just because there are no questions. Okay. Today I have to leave because I have an appointment. But other days it's just because there are no questions. I just don't want to hang around if there are no questions. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself. I will put it on surf mode. Well, again, stocks. If you guys have questions, I'll always hang around later. But I'm not going to hang around if there are no questions. Today's an odd one. That's all. Okay, guys, muting myself now in the main room, shutting down YouTube.